Slipknot fan. Can you guys hear me fine? Slipknot fan says, sup? User 819K says, greeting, how's it? It's going good, thank you. Slipknot fan says, lol. That pencil is sharp as fuck. It's quite a sharp pencil, yeah. I did a little bit of a changing stuff around. I did get Linux to work on my other PC, so I have a tiny little monitor right here, and I'm reading comments off of it. Audio is good, 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 good. Yeah, I got my half of my setup like working off of like I'm reading comments off a little monitor here, so we'll see kind of how that goes, or if I need to like change it up or whatever for the visual stuff. I kind of miss looking over here for the comments, but I feel like this is gonna be a little easier, so we'll kind of see how that's gonna work out. I noticed you added a new part on the PMG. Yeah, a little screen, but I'm gonna change the. I'm gonna change the screen. I'm gonna change that little television more into a like one of those rotating, like that rotating kind of what do you call it? Uh, you know how in the '60s they had like those recording tape things like the CIA would use to like listen on people, that kind of thing, like one of those big things. Um, you guys know what I'm talking about, like one of those big reels that and I kind of want that to be the thing instead of the television. I kind of added that into whatever just to kind of have it there. I was just kind of fidgeting with it, but I'm gonna change things up. Yeah. Kamuwanu says, "Hey man, what is going on?" It's a cool idea. Reel, yeah. I want I want the spinning reels instead of the television. The television is kind of cool. I wanted like that CRT kind of vibe, but I'm gonna change it out to something else, and then eventually, like once I get a little bit of time freed up, I might do more like infected pustules in the upper right corner, like sort of like eggs that are like throbbing in excitement as they're trying to spawn. Um, so we'll kind of work on that. But the CRT thing, I just kind of that was my first instinct. Um, but I now have another computer participating in the stream. I realized that like part of the issue was that like I think you're not supposed to have like four monitors plugged into one video card, and I think it was just running too hot, so I like split it up. Like I now have two monitors and three monitors, and we'll kind of see how it goes. Yuri, did you ever like the Russian girl group called? Did you ever like the Russian girl group called ATU? No, I've never heard of that. Called TATU or ATU? Um, I don't know. I don't know if I'm not sure. I know. I'm not sure. I know what you're talking about. Um, but no. Basically, no. I remember them from the '80s. No, no, it doesn't ring a bell. It doesn't ring a bell. I'm sorry. Gonna try and move this back a little bit here so I can get my camera to not be so hideously. I don't want the picture to be so hideously messed up. It was too I'm just doing a little sketching this morning. I came with no ideas. I did get Linux to work, by the way. I had realized that it was sort of a boot issue type of deal, and after hours and hours of ChatGPT and stuff, I finally like kind of. It was actually like the solution was right in front of me. I didn't know enough about. I've never dealt with like dual booting and all that kind of stuff, so I was a little bit thrown off. But then, yeah, I just didn't know what I was doing. But like I finally like figured it out. It's actually like pretty simple. I thought Windows was just like an infectious virus that you couldn't get off of your computer like once it was on there. Or, well, it's not even installed, but they were a two-girl pop duo. Okay, nice. Yeah, I like them a lot. Nice. Yeah, I never heard of that. Mm, Heart and Soul. I just found out they entered the Eurovision Song Contest years ago in 2003. I see. Projecting your drawing through a CRT would be awesome. The hipster nerds would love it. Uh, yeah, I'm not sure what that would entail though. To truly do that. I've seen CRT people who play CRTs. They do like gameplays, like old gameplay videos. They play old games and they translate over. They point a camera at a CRT, and there's a lot that goes into making it look tolerable looking. I think that it would be better for me to figure out how to emulate that more so than. I think it would be better to emulate that than do it for realsies because of the headache of what that would entail for to do it for real. I've seen it. It's there's a lot of there's too much there's too much light in here. I think I don't know. I was gonna do a I was gonna do in the same way I animated that like little screen with a few frames flipping back and forth. I was gonna do a pseudo line going through, like doing that CRT VCR kind of line going through the screen every like 10 minutes or so. I wasn't sure how to make that look good, you know, but it's something I have in the back of my head to like kind of have that like either that Fallout kind of, you know how like sometimes when you watch old film, like sometimes the picture will like kind of, I don't know, flip frames. It'll like you'll see it like plain, but then you can see it like kind of, I don't know how to explain it. Like the whole picture will move down over and over again, and then like the CRT effect, and it's just more. I just like that vibe, and Right now, I don't know how to. Right now, I have some ideas on how I could do it, but I don't know if it would cause my OBS to crash and things of that nature. I would watch a guy put a camera on a CRT. He changes CRTs and consoles. It's cool, but he constantly complains about the technical problems. You're talking about CRT Rex, right? You're talking about CRT Rex. I watch him sometimes. He's one of the better streamers. Period. I think he's very entertaining. I think you're talking about CRT Rex. He's very good. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. CRT Rex is awesome. Does Belarus ever participate in Eurovision? I don't think they do. I don't think Belarus. It's not an exciting country. They just exist. Just check Belarus does. Oh, it does. Okay. I just think Belarus is kind of the country that they just don't care. I don't know. Maybe they do. I guess they do. Right? They're participating. Cat. Cat. Cat Road Raytube. Cat Road Raytube. The nice thing about having a CRT, as I would think in the wintertime, having a large CRT, like a tube TV, like it would like heat up your house a little bit. I have like this old, I bought this in like high school, my old big TV that I use as a pseudo monitor. It produces quite a bit of heat. Like, not crazy, but I mean it produces heat, and so you know, not. I mean, still, it's still consuming money in the sense that all that heat is being generated through electric input, right? So it's not like free. It's not like free heat, but still, you kind of have like this. You have a little bit of a delay before your air has to turn back on. CRT cathode ray tube. Oh, CRT. Yeah, that's probably. I didn't know. I just know CRT. I didn't know exactly what it stood for. Thank you. Um, did you ever watch CRT 4Ks? He did a similar thing as CRT Rex. CRT 4K is such a nice guy. He decided to give it up in the end. No, I've never heard of CRT 4K. I know. Our CRTs are pretty expensive now, right? Because of the demand, because they kind of became popular. It's weird how like most people couldn't throw them out fast enough. As soon as like like the flat TVs kind of became sort of reasonably priced, and I was in that same camp. I'm like, bro, get this thing away from me. But now it would be nice to own one. Just to like just it'd be nice to tinker with stuff, I guess. And they were like everywhere and cheap. Like there was a period of time they were less than trash. Like a CRT TV, you just like it was like this big heavy warm box that like you just couldn't. It's just they were everywhere. People would put them out on the curb. Uh, you know, it was less than cold McDonald's fries. Like less than that. The worth. The TH is pronounced like an F sound. Uh, the cathode. Cathode. I thought it was cathode. Maybe the TH is pronounced like an F sound. Cathode. You might be right. You might be right. You might be correct. I'm not. I always thought it was cathode, but it might be. You might be completely correct about that. I'm not someone who hasn't. I've definitely had my share of saying things incorrectly for years. I remember when I first came to America, we had like a computer lab where we learned about like computers and stuff. And I thought they were saying computer land, and I just kept saying like computer land, and for like years. Well, not years, but in middle school. But so I'm okay with just not knowing what it sounds like. I thought about getting a CRT setup, but honestly, I don't want the clutter. Exactly, yeah. I'd rather live the CRT experience vicariously through streamers that are willing to make the effort. Exactly, exactly. Like I have that same issue too. Is I'll get an idea, and the idea then turns into me getting more garbage inside my house, and then I don't use it. Kind of happened to me with like motorcycles and stuff, and I thought that would be it. I thought I would just do that, like fix up motorcycles, and I'm like, holy crap, this is like expensive, and there's no money in it. I used to say that. What an interesting conception when I was a child. I used to say that. What an interesting conception. Oh, I used to say, like, you mean Computerland instead of concept? Uh, nice. Oh my god, thank you for the follow. I don't know where to look. I kind of changed up my my setup recently because I put Linux on that machine, and I'm eventually going to turn that machine into the streaming machine, and I'm going to keep Windows 10 on this machine for gaming because Linux doesn't it has an issue with like the multiplayer competitive games. So for a while this is going to stay as a Windows 10 machine just for Call of Duty, and then eventually once I learn more about Linux, I'm just going to I know I've talked a lot about it. But oh yeah, like recently, like the Kumawamo, like you were talking about like ideas that turn into like not that great of an idea later. Like I'm kind of delving into this thing where like I heard about sort of what Windows 10 is going to be coming up with in terms of like the spyware and stuff. So I wanted to convert to Linux, and I kind of started going down that road, and it took me eight embarrassing days to actually get it installed on my other computer. But yeah, I'm going that one I'm going through with. I'm gonna like slowly Linux convert. Even though just the installation process for me was difficult. I installed it correctly, I just didn't realize it because Windows was like holding it by the throat and squeezing the air out with its boot manager. That's neither here nor there. It was an interesting experience. It took me a lot of ChatGPT, YouTubing, and all that kind of stuff to like get through that. Slipknot fan says Karziqueek sup. Karzinrik says this one has some science fiction vibe. Yeah, I'm just doing some sketching. I'm not really committing to anything yet. Numba one Stunta. Numba. Yeah, Linux uses a different hard drive format than Windows. Yeah, I got very confused. I thought what I initially thought was that because at the end of the installation of Linux, it said remove or it said remove starter, or like it clearly meant the USB with Linux on it and restart, which is what I did. And then like nothing was working after that. It still booted Windows, even though like the first time I put in the USB, I could launch the Linux sort of uninstalled, just running off of the USB, right? I install it, and then the USB stopped working. It wouldn't go to the USB. I also didn't realize that you could have a drive with a OS, two of them. I didn't realize. I thought you had to use I don't know. I'm not super technically heavy inclined, so I thought you had to use different drives for different OSs, right? So I was like, I kept switching the boot order to figure out why isn't it booting Linux? Or I thought I had because I kind of the error message it would show me. I looked it up, and the error message seemed it's sort of like the error message I was looking into. It's almost like you really fucked up if it's saying that. And it even said in the error message, it's like something went terribly wrong, like something's really fucked up. And so I was like, damn, I mean, all I did was I followed the instructions, right? And I unplugged and I restarted when they told me to. So I was like, man, this sucks. I get why people don't like Linux now, because it's I'm literally following to the T what to do along with ChatGPT, and it's still fucked up. So but I'm I was determined. I'm gonna start moving away from Windows. I'm gonna kung fu my way through this. We're just gonna figure it out. And so I kept going back to it every day, and I slowly figured out this and that. And with ChatGPT and endless reboots, I realized how to disable Windows, how to boot up Linux first. It was installed properly. Everything was working fine. Yeah, it was just, but it's one of those things where you kind of have to stick with, especially with somebody like me. I really don't like computers. I don't naturally want to tinker with computers, if I'm being honest. I'm a set it and forget it kind of person. So it was, I'm gonna keep forcing myself to do it, because I know if I don't force myself into Linux more and more, I'll default to Windows, and I don't want to do Windows 11. I'm not comfortable with what they're doing with the spyware and stuff. I used to say instead of what an interesting idea. Oh, you said. Oh, I see. Sorry, Taze man. It took me a while to process what you were saying. I'm a little tired. Linux uses different hard drive format than Windows. I used Linux Ubuntu for a while. It felt kind of cool, but ultimately I went back to Windows for convenience. Bill Gates had us by the balls. Usually when I hear about people kind of switching back to Windows, is from people who did it 10 years ago, back when you mostly used the console to navigate stuff. It's a lot more GUI friendly now. It's a lot more it's a lot more like Windows, at least when Linux Mint is, and that's why I think right now is a good time to jump into it. I'm gonna stick with it regardless. Like I was talking about before, not to put a tinfoil hat on and get all kind of overly excited, but the whole idea that Windows will I don't know, I think it's telemetry. It's called telemetry. They're gonna not only completely look at everything your computer is doing and self-report to themselves, but also take a photo of your screen and send that to themselves every couple of seconds, or every couple of minutes. And I'm I don't think so. I'm good. I think that's Looney Toony, crazy 1984 kind of insane world to me. But a lot of so I'm slowly working with, I don't take radical changes. I'm still going to keep Windows 10 for now, Linux over there as I learn about it, and then see if I can make the full flip as we move forward. A lot of USB plug and play are native to Windows, and it's a lot of USB plug and play are native to Windows, and it's the case for Linux. Uh, I used to troubleshoot e-machines for 10 or so years ago over the phone. E-machines being is that a particular desktop brand? E-machines. I feel like I should know what that is. I feel like it's like on the tip of my tongue, but I can't remember. E-machines, was that a desktop? Um, yeah, dealing with non-technical people, which I'm kind of in that brand, and saying things over the phone must have been like before you could like slide into their like screen and just use the mouse through TeamViewer or something. That was a real nightmare. I bet, because like you're just using any kind of technical terminology and they're instantly lost. So yeah, I think I would say I'm like a beginner. Like I'm beginning to be more technically inclined, but I just once my computer problems are over, I stop tinkering with computers. I don't like to go beyond. Once it's working, I just forget about it. Lord E-machines, the budget Oh Lord E-machines, the budget family computer. I think I know. I've seen people have that. I think I know what you're talking about. My grandparents had an E-machine. I stopped when Windows Vista came out. Interesting. It's essentially like a Dell or a Gateway. E-machines was like an off-brand, off the more well-known computers. Well, the purposes of search engines and AI technology is for humans to observe. The purpose of search engines and AI technology is for humans to observe humans. It's all recorded and saved. Yeah, I just don't want to be part of that process. Like, I get like grand scheme of things. This is just where things are moving. Let me give you an example of why I'm not comfortable with that. For instance, Google has been nuking people's Google accounts. For instance, if they find something that they don't like, and it's governed by an AI, that's what's watching over your account. So say you put a photo that it misinterprets as something else, your account gets nuked without any knowledge, and it gets sent to the police. Even if it gets investigated and you're innocent, they don't reinstate your account. You just get nuked. So you don't know necessarily how things are going to play out for you, because you could get curious one day and go down a rabbit hole and say, like, you look into stuff or whatever, and then later you get put on a list, right? Grand scheme of things, regardless of what you do, this is where things are going. But I think these technology companies are like very irresponsible, and like I don't know. I like, I'm just not going down. I'm gonna avoid going down the road of giving them all possible information at all times as much as I possibly can. So yeah, just between Google and Microsoft, the things I'm hearing that they do, I'm just like, I just think it's crazy to just hand that over. I would rather stay with Windows because I like being comfortable, but. I think the essential appeal of Linux is that the Linux system is not trying to constantly track and profile the user. That's correct. Yeah, I want to. It's kind of like almost like a little bit like, it feels a little bit like going back to like a manual car. Yeah, it's inconvenient, but it is kind of cool to control the RPMs in your engine and all that good stuff. You can definitely you can shift wrong enough to like break your transmission, and it kind of feels like Linux is that kind of same experience. It's like yeah, it's more better in some ways, but it's more like you can definitely, like, you can mess things up, I guess. Maybe not with Mint. It's a little bit more user friendly, and it's a little bit harder to dig into stuff that's going to break it right away. But yeah, the manual car is a great analogy. Yeah. I had to move a lot of stuff around last night, and I didn't have time to like really re-prepare. I just like I feel like the computers are taking more and more space, and which is fine, except for You know what I'm thinking now? You know what I could do? I could technically remove this table from the table legs, move this onto the actual desk back there, and create a lot more room. Because right now, 1/3 of my living room is being taken up because like there's computer stuff over there, like there's a table. But if I did that, I could like move this over there, and like there would be like way more space in here. You know, and then I could put something behind me as a table to put more stuff behind me. I love Linux. The only issue is compatibility. Until Linux can emulate the Windows environment 100%, I'm sticking with Windows. My only concern, the only thing I care about in terms of like staying with Windows is the TPM chip or whatever that they need to let you play online competitive games. I know Linux works fine in most cases in terms of gaming, except for the competitive field. And I want to continue to play Call of Duty. So that's my thing. That's my hang up. But ultimately, I will give that up, like, given enough time. I'm just not ready to, like, abandon Windows altogether. I'm still on Windows 10. How are you able to still use 10? I thought they cut and force 11 now. Yeah, you just keep using it, and every time they say you need to install 11, you just say no. You just click no, and they've cut off the what do you call it? The support, which I'm not sure like what that means in terms of for like. I guess you have to be more careful what you click on or something. I'm not really sure. Like if viruses will eventually just make it onto your computer if you don't upgrade, because they'll drop support. But you don't have to hit. They'll say you have to do it, and you just hit no. And yeah, I think 40% of computers are still 40% of computers are still Windows 10. At least last I was told a couple weeks ago. A lot of them just don't have the TPM chip or whatever thing. I'm not really sure. Some motherboards don't have it, and they're perfectly good computers. So I think a lot of people will be forced into Linux because a lot of people will just be forced into Linux just because their computer's fine, but they don't have the TPM chip, so their motherboard, I guess, like can't do it. Hi everyone, how's Linux training going? Oh, it's going really well. I got it fully functional last night, and in fact, I bought a little Acer monitor right here so I can read all 3 chats off of a little screen right here. And I put my big TV also on that computer, so I don't have 4 computers running off of 1 video card. So it's actually like made things a lot better. The only thing about Linux I didn't like, when I noticed my video card was getting really hot. I put my finger on the heat sink plate. So I looked and the blades weren't moving. So I had to like look up right away how to get a program going to like force my blades to spin. And MSI Afterburner doesn't exist on Linux, so I had to like find an alternative. So I'm just saying for like the danger of that is a super casual user like wouldn't know. Like they think the blades are just like automatically spinning up when things are getting hot, but it wasn't. And until I manually told it to do that, that could be an issue if you turned on the game and just left it running, and your video card would be like at 80 Celsius just getting cooked. So luckily I know enough about computers to check and make sure things are going and they're not getting too hot. So I downloaded a software manager, like a thing that tracks your computer's heat and processing, and then a video card kind of fan control system. So that's something to watch out for. Yeah, it's funny how one can suddenly perceive that the room configuration isn't efficient. My room is not efficient. That is very true. That is very true. Basically. My best advice is to get Ghost Spectre. Keep your privacy and have Windows at the same time. What is number one? My best advice is to get Ghost Spectre. Keep your privacy and have Windows at the same time. So is Ghost Spectre for Windows then? Is that a Windows thing? I've never heard. Let me write down Ghost Spectre before I forget, because my brain will forget if I don't write it down. All right, no one writes stuff. I'm Ghost. I'll look into it. Spectre. Yeah, it's hacked Windows. You can watch a video of it on YouTube. All right, I'll take a look into it. I'll take a look into it. Let me just keep a note on here so I don't forget. I went from Windows iOS and I went from Windows iOS, and that is complex to get used to. I'm not impressed by MacBook Pro at all compared to my old Windows. Is MacBook Pro, is that that's not an Apple product, is it? Sorry for seeming dull. Is that a name of an Apple? I've always just disliked Apple natural. I don't know why. Actually, there's a story of why I don't like Apple products, but it's nothing to do with anything legitimate. It's just they force us to use Apple products in school, and so my association with anything Apple is like I think back to like middle school. So I'm just like, yuck. MacBook. Okay, yeah. I don't like Apple stuff. I don't. If you like it, it's totally fine. I don't care. I'm not whatever. It's just they force us to use these Apple computers in like fourth grade, I think, or something like that, and I hated them. I still associate Apple stuff as like something that is like I just don't like it. Dual boot. It's almost like when you think back to like free launch cafeteria food. That's what I think of. Window like normal computers are McDonald's. I love McDonald's. Mac is cafeteria free food kind of vibe. That's how it's been ingrained in my head because it's like they force us to use it in school. So I'm like, okay. But if you like it, I'm not on any side of that. I just don't like it. Dual boot is the best way. Linux is great, but it lacks some window conveniences. I'm just gonna split computers. I'm gonna keep my main machine in Windows 10, and I'm gonna keep that on Linux. But ultimately, I want to move toward. It's really frustrating, and I want to go back to Windows, but now I don't know any longer. Yeah, I completely understand, Carolina. I completely understand. Yeah, if you have two machines, that would be ideal. I hate dual booting, especially using Linux and Windows on the same. Yeah, yeah. I had some. That was my main. That was my main issue. Is like I was so confused because I thought you had to. I didn't know you could dual boot off of the same drive. I thought you had to switch boot orders in order to get Linux to launch. And so I was just sitting here for hours rebooting, testing out every drive, and I'm like, I don't. And then it hit me. I'm like, oh, they're on the same drive. And then I'm like, ChatGPT, how are they on the same drive? And then it's like you can choose, and I didn't see like there was a little tab at the bottom of my BIOS, and at the very bottom there was a thing that said whatever it said. You can choose like which thing you want to boot first, like force it to boot that one first. And I'm like, oh my god, I just wasted like 8 hours like looking at forums and YouTube videos and. But yeah. Now everything just boots the way I want. We're just doing some environmental sketches for now. I really, even though my last picture that I posted like performed remarkably bad on Instagram, I still feel strongly that I like really like that picture a lot with the R flesh kind of theme. I think I think it was a little too weird for most people. I think that it kind of threw a lot of people off. They weren't sure like what I was trying to say, and the whole, but but I still like I feel like I know I'm right in its goodness. Like I feel confident that I'm just like no this is, like is good. My version of BioShock. The art is a funny thing. A lot of people have different opinions. Isn't it weird? Because I thought it was a banger. I think like the stuff that performs the best is a non-story character kind of stuff. Because people can extrapolate their own kind of like vision for that creature, or they just like the creature. But I feel like the more of my like, I was trying to go for like my version of Bioshock, maybe like something like that. And I think people weren't they like I think also like the art style too, like drawing stuff with pencil, traditional art. It kind of doesn't have the sort of the cartoony Bioshock kind of look to it, so it just looks serious and disturbing. It kind of comes off as like serious and disturbing looking. So the vibes didn't translate, and I think people were like kind of they were just kind of thrown off. They're like, this is just too weird. So it performed really, really poorly. But I every time I look at it, I'm like, I think everyone else is just wrong. Like, how could you be more wrong? It's like it's really good. I don't know, but I kind of get it. It's kind of like Geiger kind of stuff. If you've seen the game Scorn, that game is like you're either gonna love the flesh mech vibes or you're gonna not like that a lot, right? So that's just. Hold on, I'm gonna go take these pants off really quick. I just realized I'm wearing like my outside work pants and they're like kind of tight. I'm gonna go put on my fleece in house, like I'm inside my house pants. These are not comfortable to sit in like the way I do. Anyway, I'll be right back in just 1 minute. I'm back. I was on YouTube yesterday and I saw that they're remaking Halo 1 again. And I will say it does look kind of incredible. Having said that, I don't know if it's incredible enough to buy it again. Because uh, oh hell yeah, yeah, it does look incredible. But I feel like I've probably beaten Halo 1 like 5-6 times throughout my life, and I don't know that there's enough meat there. Because the first remake they did, I think, artistically was not Halo. It I know that sounds crazy, but like it actually, like I thought the artistic team did not like understand Halo philosophy, like visual philosophy. Like there was like some walls on that first mission that like had almost like if you think like to Half-Life 2, like that Combine architecture with like these really rough kind of blocky lines in the Covenant technology, and I was just like, whoa, this is not like what Halo should feel like. So from what I saw, it does look like it's sort of Halo, but the issue is that there's not enough there for me to buy it. I The only way I would replay, like they should have just remade Halo just from ground up, just same but more, and just not like the same level with a skin and improved stuff. I just mean like the whole thing just from scratch redo it. That's the only way I would be interested. It's been ages since I played Halo, not since the original Xbox. With that first game my cousin had. Okay, then for you that would be a great option, because I think the first remake was kind of like, it was all right, but you know, nothing that was like really. I didn't think it was something that was really that crazy. Mm, I'm not a fan of remakes. Period. World has huge problems, and game devs getting people's money isn't helping. Uh yeah, I agree. I agree. I'm inclined to agree. I'm inclined to agree with that. I don't think it's like a super great crime, but I get what you're saying. I do think like that it sort of shows how little, maybe like I don't want to sound too insulting, but like it sort of exposes a little bit like these studios, bro, they got nothing left. Like they're just like remaking the same game. Like Gears of War had a reloaded. It was, I think what was it? It was like Gears of War remastered first, right? The first one. Now they did Gears of War reloaded, and now they're doing Halo remade the third time. It's like, bro, like you guys got nothing left. Like they're just like, maybe we can squeeze out a little bit of like rancid water out of this dirty T-shirt. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like really kind of sad. Like how like just they got nothing left in them to compel people. They're like, well, you know, people who were 13 when they bought this are in their 30s and they have money, which is true, and they'll buy it again, and a lot of people will. So I don't think remakes are the worst problem in the world. It's just that that's all they're doing now. And products that they're making outside of there are just like, you know. Yeah, don't get me wrong, I love gaming. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Sometimes though, sometimes there's games that like let's say you had Xbox original, and there's just no compatible way to play it, the game. Like you would like you remember a game from your childhood that was on a console, whatever, and then you go, oh, it doesn't. There's no way to play it. In a case like that, I don't mind the studio kind of putting it on a whatever to make it compatible with modern tech and charging me like $15. That's fine. I think that's fine. But when you're seeing like Microsoft with like billions of dollars not be able to squeeze out anything good, and they're just like, we'll just remake Gears of War again. It's kind of like, bro, like, bro. I mean, Russia and Ukraine have been shooting each other for about half a decade now, and we got video games shitting out $100 per game. Yes. Zelensky wants money. It seems. Where the hell is it going? I think they all kind of want. I don't want to get. I don't want to get too into politics about all that. I kind of want to keep the show pretty casual in terms of like the convos. But yeah, it's pretty much what I would for people to generally it will get heated. Yeah. Well, what I would recommend if you want to understand like what's happening essentially is there's a game online that's called IO Front. It's IO space front. I think if you play that for like a little bit, you'll understand essentially what's happening. There's nothing more to it than what that game is, in my humble opinion. I will check it out. It's a fantastic time killer. It's a really really great game. IO Front, yeah. That guy did a really fantastic job on it. I think within the FPS game, the only invitation is The only innovation is Titanfall and Battle Royale. Battle Royale took off. I respect it, but I don't like. Yeah, I feel exactly the same. Titanfall. It's a great shame that it died. It didn't deserve to. It was actually trying to turn to the next page evolutionarily speaking for shooter games, and it like. I mean, it didn't deserve to get treated, be taken into irrelevancy the way it was. I completely agree with that, and I agree with the Battle Royale. I just absolutely hate the direction that shooter games have taken. Hate. There's nothing we can do. It's like that's just what it is. Everyone apparently loves it. I don't understand how people can enjoy like playing. Like I hate Counter-Strike. I hate like games where it's like you spawn and then you die and then you gotta wait, and it's like it just creates like this super intense I like competition. I just don't like where it's like it feels like you have to be like cracked out you have to stay focused for 40 minutes straight, and the consequences are like you get reset to the beginning. I'm just not into that level of like, it's not what I consider fun. By the way, they have Call of Duty has this game type now, BO6, where there's two bombs and you have to like guard your bomb and destroy their bomb or something like that. And it's Call of Counter-Strike, where it's kind of like you have the bomb thing going on, but you respawn. It's not like once you're out of players, you gotta wait for the next round. I actually kind of like it because it's kind of like you have the Counter-Strike thing going on, but it's Call of Duty-fied with the respawning. I've been really enjoying that game type. And when I say enjoy, I haven't been playing very well lately at all, but I've still been enjoying playing Call of Duty. I can see if I were better, I wouldn't. I can see myself enjoying it. Titanfall was trying to create an asymmetrical gameplay system. Yeah, they were trying to like, they were trying to innovate, and the invisible market forces that guide the market like did not enjoy that, and they went in a different direction. But having said all that, I will be getting the next Call of Duty as soon as it's available, because I just decided that I'm gonna stick with Call of Duty. Like I just like it, and yeah. I was playing with some friends on Warzone. It was nice and fun, but I couldn't help think this would be shit if I were playing. If I wasn't playing with others, I want to play a game that is good when playing on my own. I agree. I'm a like to me, Call of Duty is sort of the standard TDM free for all. Like those game types. That's for me. That's where what Call of Duty is, and point control and now the tags and stuff. I'm really sad that the arena shooter they failed to iterate on the arena shooter. Well, the only game that iterated on the arena shooter and succeeded, in my opinion, is Titanfall with the extra infantry that were not players, but you knew they weren't like infantry. It was just like these the background bots that were running around and having maps that like supported that and stuff. I Everyone else they just kind of moved on to a different thing, but I'm really upset that like we didn't evolve the standard shooter experience. It just kind of moved on to something else, and I don't even know where I was going with all that. But yeah, it's just I like the arena shooter, normal standard arena shooter. They just didn't do anything to like make it you know, I understand why people are tired of short matches that are you just kill a bunch of people and whoever kills the most wins, right? They needed to kind of create some. They needed to do more with that, but they just never did. I need to like have a little white piece of paper here to get the camera to adjust to the light properly. I wonder if there's a way to fix its because the camera automatically has its own like it. You see how it adjusts? Like it was blowing out that spot until I put that white piece of paper here, and now that's like compensating for that, and I can see that here. It's almost like you got to play like these little tricks with the camera to get it to function the way I want. Uh, for me, that was Dark Souls. That game picked me up when I was down. Bro, I'll be honest. I'm not a Dark Souls guy. I bought Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. It looked a little bit like faster, and you know I like samurai and stuff. And then I got to like the first hard guy, and I'm like, bro, I'm out. Like, bro, this is not my kind of game. I know I killed the first hard samurai, and then there was like a giant and stuff, and I just realized like I can grind through this game, but I just refuse to. It's not my cup of tea. Hmm. I played Sekiro. My experience was the same. I enjoyed it until I didn't. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It is nice to have a game that doesn't like isn't a it. I respect those games because they are what they are and they're not holding people's hands or whatever. It's just a hard game and you gotta just like figure it out and you gotta learn the bosses and but it's just not who I am. Like I'm more of a RTS and first person shooter enjoyer kind of a person. Have you ever played any of my art online? I would be curious what you would think about. Uh, Curious what you think about any of it. Have you ever seen any of my art online? Oh, sorry, not played, seen. Have you ever seen any of my art online? I would be curious what you think about any of it. Uh, do you have an Instagram? Do you have an Instagram? I played Ghost of Yoti. I enjoyed it because it was a brain dead world game. It allows one to feel like a badass samurai and it's still cook toast at the same time. Oh, Ghost of Yoti. I've heard of that game. I think I've heard of that. That's a pretty recent one, right? I think brain dead games are underrated. I think sometimes you gotta play a brain dead game. I don't think everything has to be like a genius level. Yeah, I definitely have played I definitely enjoy some games that require or games that I know so well I don't even use my brain to play them. They're just I can kind of just veg out. Like Stronghold Crusaders, that game for me. Like I've just played it enough to where I can just kind of just close my eyes and play it. I know what I gotta re-upload a lot of it back to my website. Let me look up the Instagram really quick. Oh, let me go to my other computer. Hold on. I gotta go to this computer. Oh, fall back. Sorry, I gotta. This is the only way I can pull it up right now. I like the devil's pretty cool. Is that oil? Oh, goodnesses. The when Satan is hard by ethics, morality, or even atheism. I mean, it's. I like it. It's definitely dark. But not too dark. I like it. I would continue drawing. See what comes out of it. I didn't draw or do those. Oh. I have a couple of my ink drawings towards the bottom. Oh. I have to pull that back up. Good style. I like the style a lot. I like all the computer stuff too. New computer, nice. Yeah, I would continue. I mean, I would definitely continue drawing. Like, set some time to draw, and I think there's potential for good stuff to come out of it. I would just continue and stuff. Yeah, those ones at the top were not me. I don't know where they're from. They could very well be AI. I wish I had like a 4B pencil or something. Yeah, but I think the style is inclined to be interesting from what I saw. You know what I need to draw? I need to draw on. I need to bring back the normal white paper. The reason I say that, so do I have any normal white paper? I feel like I wish I would have done this sketch on just white paper. This drawing paper is just not. I don't know. I'm just gonna switch to this halfway through. I kind of like where that concept is going. I just kind of feel like sketching some environmental stuff today. Sorry, guys. I'm just giving up on this paper. This drawing paper is just not. I don't know. I like it to be a little smoother. I feel like I don't like the sense that I'm fighting with the paper at all. Oh, taped that down wrong. I wish Amazon can deliver 4B pencil within the hour of ordering. That would be nice. Well, they were talking about building blimps or those flying ships, and then they were gonna have like commonly used items on them. So when you order, they come in within like that time frame. But they ended up not doing it, probably because of like the resource cost. But that would have been cool to see. Like, don't hold your breath. Sooner or later, Amazon will be a click of a button. I'm sure. I think that I don't think we'll see flying ships kind of thing. I think what we're gonna see is sort of what I see in the future is more so you downloading a file that you where you have like a sort of some items will be just manufactured at home through a 3D printer that's like more advanced and like maybe like something like that. Or I don't think we're gonna see like flying ships necessarily, but I could be wrong about that too. I've been wrong before. Oh yeah, one day Amazon will be able to provide our most treasured dreams before 22, providing you subscribe to their premium delivery service. Yeah, I do think like there is a little bit of an issue. I was just thinking about this. I went to Walmart to buy some food this morning, and I was just thinking about like the local sort of market that used to exist. I mean, we still kind of have like the farmers market thing going on once a weekend, but I sort of was thinking about that. Like, there is more. I think everything's kind of turning into top down a little bit, like in every way, because you realistically have one or two places to go buy food. You have one distributor of computing. Well, I mean, I know there's more, but like realistic for most people, if they're like on Windows, they stay on Windows. Like we still have a couple car brands, but I just feel like in the past you were like more tied in with your localized community because you that's who you had to interact with. Like that was like now you can be kind of like isolated in your home, just streaming. I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing. I guess in some ways it's kind of good for like people like me because it's like I can just choose the community I want to be a part of. But at the same time, I think the danger is like everything can become top down ish. Like once you have an established thing like a Walmart or like let's say this one company runs everything, they can just sort of say things are going to be like this now, and there's nothing you can do because there's no alternative. So you just have to obey the top down kind of rulage. So I don't know. I was just thinking about that this morning. I'm not getting a tinfoil hatty, but that's just there's no more need to interact with your local community anymore. Unfortunately, but at the same time, it is like way more convenient. Convenient. Yeah, they're cutting everyone out of the business. South Park isn't a joke anymore; it's reality. True. My city here that I grew up in, our local mall was always hustling and busy and was active. Nowadays, it's like a scene from a zombie film. I do feel a little bit of regret in that respect. The mall dying out. That was a sort of a modern version of like the city market kind of thing. Everyone kind of gets there and provides their goods. Uh, yeah, it is weird that like there's no longer any of that anywhere. It's just I don't know. Just thinking out loud. I think like it's good in some ways, but like I was saying before, it's sort of like with Windows and everything. It's kind of like I feel like Windows feels like they have such a stranglehold over the market that they can get really silly and like the problem is that their vision is like skewed. It's too they no longer feel like they have to compete. They can just do completely crazy things with iOS because no one can counter them. Um, it's I was listening to the reason that like for instance, there's this YouTuber who had issues with like YouTube not paying him out money, and when he was complaining, he was like, you guys owe me $20,000 for the month of the views he got, and he kept bringing it up in the call, and they eventually said, if you bring this up one more time, we're gonna just delete your channel. Right, like imagine anybody saying that to anyone. The only way you could come to that level of your perception of that, like that's the situation, is like if you completely own the market and you have no. That's what I mean is like the danger of like sort of not having any alternatives to something, is eventually that business just goes, listen, we know you have no choice, so you're gonna do what I tell you, or you can't eat anymore kind of thing. So that's kind of where I'm going with it. Is like YouTube is at that level. They're completely delusional. They're in the high empire delusional state. They have and still, unfortunately, no one can really compete with YouTube yet. We'll probably see it, but sorry, I'm getting distracted here. But when somebody says something like, if you bring this up one more time, we'll just delete your channel, like your entire livelihood, right? They're in like space land, which is the beginning of their downfall, like that but I don't know, maybe it's time to. I'm putting my tinfoil hat on right now a little bit, but maybe it's time to start looking for like local farmers to go buy food off of. You know what I mean? Just I'm probably not gonna do that. I'm kind of lazy, but at the same time, it'd be nice to know that like, hey, because that happens to everyone, right? Like if I was the only one allowed on Twitch, I would have a ton of viewers, and I would just my perception of the situation would change, right? Because no one can compete with me, and then I would just go crazy. I would just think like I just deserve all these views, and that like YouTube is technologically that they went so far ahead of everyone that their perception of reality is getting skewed, which is fine. I mean that's how rises and falls happen in history, right? Like that's totally fine. It's just the problem is these systems are becoming so big that if you have a big downfall of it's not like a city. It's not like one city state that fails. It's like you have an entire like world economy tied into YouTube. Like you're gonna have millions of people potentially like losing income. It's gonna be a huge. It's not gonna be like the local farm failed kind of thing, or the meat went up $4 an ounce or whatever. It's like this is gonna be like bigger than that. So that's the issue with I think having like a global monster company that controls everything. I remember when I rem- yeah, I remember when one went into a local shop and you bought something because that you felt sorry for them. Sorry is absolutely gone in the shopping experience because we know the sorry feeling is completely meaningless when directed towards the huge faceless conglomerates. Yeah, like our town, we still have like a hardware store where you can go in and buy stuff that you can't find in other places, and they are significantly more expensive. And sometimes I go in there just because sometimes you need like a metric bolt of some sort that like for like a Japanese motorcycle, and I'm just like, okay, I can't like find this anywhere. I have to go pay $7 for it. But they're the only ones that have it or carry it. Um, I forgot where I was going with that, but yeah, like it's dying out, and then I think that store is like surviving just because it's like more convenient to get to. You don't have to drive too far to get to it. I think that's part of it too, and they just have like a lot of rare things that like like I ordered a drill set for to make a hole in my basement wall to run my sub pump out of, and it didn't come with a set screw. So I'm like, okay, I need a set screw, but it's metric, so I can't go to whatever store. I have to go to this specific one that carries metric set screws, right? So that's what I'm talking about. Is like once that goes away, I don't know, um, it's quite nice that you have shops that have specialist products that absolutely doesn't exist in the UK anymore. I remember those kinds of stores, but they are dead now. It's online. Yeah. Unfortunately, we still have a farmers market, but that's like every Sunday. I think that would be the place to go if you wanted to like find a localized farmer to like secretly buy food off of or something like that. You get a hot tip on like, oh, this guy sells stuff, you know. Queen of Darkness. We have in the summer and fall Hudirty colonies that sell their fresh farm good every Hudir Hudirite colonies. Hudirite colonies that sell their fresh farm good every second Sunday and also good morning. Good morning. Morning. Really, it would be honestly like Hudirite. I don't know what that means. I've never heard of that. Like, are they like the Amish, like kind of like the Amish but different, or because like it would be? I think honestly, it would be good to like live next to the Amish because just like the the ambient, like the Amish kind of. Oh, okay. I know there's a couple branches of the. There's the Amish, and then they have a different offshoot, but they're like I know Amish too. They break up into different colonies. Like they have some of the more hardcore religious ones where they don't even allow photos of like be taken, and they have no like not like they don't break any of the rules. And then there's some that are like a little bit more loosey goosey, where like as long as it's not me turning the electricity on, then it's it's fine, kind of thing. And then there's the I forget the other one, Mennonites. There's the Mennonites. They're kind of like I really don't know nothing about them, but they're kind of another group like that, um, with a similar vibe, I guess. Honestly, I think it would be wise for the government to have those colonies exist as a sort of an insurance policy in case the system goes down. That you have like these sort of sects that are able to survive without any government endorsement or anything like that. If that makes sense, they don't need any sort of federal or local support. They kind of live in an isolated manner that they're sort of self sufficient because of their like low cost resource living. I think it would be very wise not to disturb their existence and to actually promote, in case of some sort of you know huge catastrophe. Add attack, add over. Oh, nice. Divine pathway adds. Still, or are they over? Because the other person said they were over. I was just saying we should maintain the existence of like these kind of like nice T-bird in the commercials. Nice. It's over for me. Okay. Yeah, like I was saying, we should maintain the Amish, or I think every country should find. It would be wise to find and maintain the sort of like Russia has Old Believers, America has the Amish. It would be wise to maintain these existences in case of a extraordinary collapse of society, because they are already self sufficient, and it'd be a nice to have something to base off of, what in case this fails, because most people will die, right? But like they won't; they'll be fine. It's over for me. Nice. Mine started after yours. Now I'm back. Maybe I'm lagging a bit. Yeah, the commercials can be a little strange sometimes. Not that I'm saying it's bad that commerce has migrated online. I love it. I don't need to talk to anyone when I want to buy something. It's a perfect situation. I agree mostly. Yeah, I'm also kind of guilty of the same things. Like I see the danger of it, but then I'm like, yeah, I'd rather just kind of order it online. I find it funny when they say that we are all fundamentally social creatures. I say the trend towards delivery purchases and popularity of abstract online interactions indicates that we are not all that social, or at least only willing to interact with very strict confines. Yeah, I think it depends on individual to individual. But I think now is better than before because people are at least like now I say it's better because you can choose your community kind of. You don't have to interact with your local in the West at least. You don't have to interact with your localized community for the most part. Especially if once you don't have like a real job, you're just like it's just you just interact with just the people you want. Even your neighbors. It's like the way the garage and the neighborhoods are like designed. Like you don't even like never ever have to. I've never like there's people that I've lived around for the last 10 years. I've never spoken to them. It's like it's sort of like everyone lives in their own incubation like little chamber, and it's not a bad or a good thing. It's just different now. But I think it's overall better that I mean there's some danger of like going down a rabbit hole online and just getting stuck in a bad community, but that could happen anywhere. But I think it's a better trend to have a choice of who you interact with on a daily basis, even if it is not like in the flesh form. So many marionettes have evolved again. The hips look like hemp bag now. No idea how to shade with the ripples. Will do my best. Um, Instead of the flat arms, the legs look like carved bone. Yeah, true. One can interact with what you want, and one can stop interaction if one wants. Yeah, I think that that's the best solution. Like, you really should not have to, because it kind of forces people to be more better. I think as people, because if people don't want to interact with you, you know, like it's you just have to be a better person. You have to be like more entertaining, or don't be entertaining, and then they just be okay with people not interacting with you. You know. I'm so brain dead today. True London. I feel like I'm drawing today at like 5% capacity. My brain is going off like a full 5% right now, like, which is fine. I'm still quite enjoying this experience. I thought like I woke up at like one of those like 4 a.m. wake ups, and I thought I'm like, no, I feel pretty good. I can probably get up and start doing stuff. And then like by the time like the actual morning rolled around, I'm like, bro, I'm super tired. Wow, am I tired? But then by that time it was already like 9 a.m. and I'm like, I gotta just do stuff now. I woke up at 1 a.m., 4 a.m., 6 a.m., and 11:30 a.m. Yeah, yeah. I woke up once and then I just decided I'm like done sleeping, but it was a huge mistake. I should have. But I also sometimes I just can't go back to sleep. So Just give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Oh my god. Thank you for the follow. Oh, I think someone unfollowed me because they didn't show that 1600. Where's my 1600 followers? What the? I know someone is watching me without following. Just follow me for my 1600. I just want to get my 1600. And then you can leave at, you can just unfollow later. I could have swore I was like, someone must have unfollowed this morning, which is just, they're bad people. But, yeah, just, we're so close to 1600. Let's cross that bridge, bro. Anyway, but, I appreciate the follow. We'll get there. We'll get there. I feel like I've been like staring at the 1500 for so long, and I'm just, because sometimes it seems like it's a blink of an eye and then you got 100 more followers, but like this last 100, I think partially because like my last picture was so weird it turned a lot of people off, understandably so, but like I kind of like sometimes I need to draw things that are like super weird, and I think people were just leaving because it was like it was too far gone. But that's just what it is here, and we'll get to the 1600 eventually. I just have to draw like little houses and cute frogs, and we'll get to like 2000 in no time. I have to just stop drawing things that are like insanely demented, and we'll get there in no time. But we'll go back to the weird stuff once we get comfortable. Good morning, people. Jipochi, welcome. Grandma Flesh holding a lantern. Grandma Flesh holding. I think we're done with the. I think we're done with the Flash stuff. I think I got it out of my system, and I think people just weren't. I think people weren't connecting with like tortured flesh civilization kind of vibes. I think people are like they were taking. I think that they don't see it how I see it. I was seeing it like BioShock, and I think because I think the artistic style is like kind of like darker and it's not as cartoony maybe. People see it as like more darker than what I'm trying to say it is, if that makes sense. Like my art style made it look worse, and not worse in a sense of quality. I mean worse in the sense of like, where's this guy coming from with this? You know what I mean? So, I'm gonna do like cute frogs for like a little bit, houses and cute frogs. I think that gets the people going. Good morning. These little dudes look amazing. Did I just read that, or did my brain just skip a track? Thank you again. If I said thank you, I'm saying it again. Comrade Soul, спасибо, товарищ, спасибо. Baby Blue Shortcake, can you show what you were drawing? Can you show what you were drawing? I think it's in my printer. And I have my mouse and I probably could. It's just that my scanner is like under the table where there's a lot of wires running, and I don't want things to fall over right now because I have my setup right now isn't very professional because like I was doing a lot last night, and right now things are being held with tape kind of, but it's kind of always like that, but more so than usual. I used to do pop art. What I liked when I tried to do the flower and scenery ones, and I still could not get more followers on Insta. Yeah, Insta is impossible. I just mean more on the streaming side. Insta, I think I only get followers from the street. I think it's people who find me through the streaming that follow me there. I don't think I get any through Instagram. Instagram is like, it's not. You just have. I don't know. It's impossible. That I think that the issue. This is my opinion. This is not really a hot take, but like my opinion on like why like an art like a new like artist that's just drawing for fun wants to get some kind of following going on Instagram. It's impossible because the algorithm is essentially looking for like it's just looking at numbers and that's who's pushing. And if you don't have a big name, you're not gonna get pushed. But also like as a new artist, you're competing against the overall like like you're competing against like naked like ladies and stuff and like that kind of thing. So you're so low on the spectrum of like things that the algorithm never even sees you as a thing that needs to get pushed ever to anyone because you're like what I mean. It's just you're competing against like brain rot and so like unless I could be wrong, but like I don't think it's bordering on impossible as an artist to grow on Instagram. I think without using capital. I could be wrong, but it rewards people who are doing well, and once they're doing well, it rewards them more because it's reading the success is giving you as you winning, and it just perpetuates more success that way, and big accounts continue to grow, and like not saying it's not impossible, but it's bordering on impossible to win on Instagram. It's okay. Apparently Twitch got some weird glitchy stats, and you should just never trust. Right. I read a lot of stuff on Twitch, and most of them were complaining on the stats having weird bots or just simply not real. Yeah, Twitch is Twitch lately has been a little strange. Sorry, I'm completely brain dead today, so if I'm misspeaking or misdrawing, it's just I had one of those terrible nights of sleep, which I could have fixed with more sleep, but I thought I wasn't tired, and I'm like, I'll just get my day started, and then like halfway through, it was too late, but I realized I was actually really tired and I needed sleep badly. You have to be seen to get seen. Yeah, it's kind of like we need you. It's like kind of like we need you to have experience for this job, and the only way to get experience is to be in that to have that job. It's like Kamuwamu says Jipochi, hey, I gotta pay. You gotta pay for Insta stuff if you want to have extra boost. Yeah. Sometimes luck also comes in clutch. Yeah. I think if you get like a really big content creator to shout you out or something like that, that could like kind of propel you high enough to where your account has enough followership to where now it like sort of it can now grow by itself, if that makes sense. Like I think there's a certain amount of traction that you need to get the account. It's kind of like starting a fire. And then if you upload daily and it has that traction, but it's really hard to get it to that place. You have to hit certain numbers before the algorithm kind of like recognizes you. Like I said, I don't know. I've heard people like they're like, oh yeah, I upload like stuff and I get followers, and I'm like, bro, I've never uploaded and got followers. It's only from stream. Like all my followers are from streaming. They never ever like a random follower comes through from just the algorithm recommending me. So it's fine. You know, it's totally cool. It's whatever. The most views I have had on my YouTube channel is 113. Nice, but that's because I didn't use hashtags properly. Yeah, I gave up on using hashtags. I found you on YouTube, and it was as suggested for me to watch. Yeah, yeah. Uh, Likewise, I've got to get going. My grandma is coming by today, but I'm glad I found your stream. Oh, likewise. Thank you, thank you. Look forward to coming by again. Yeah, well, I usually talk about video games, Linux, and conspiracy theories and stuff. It's just whatever I want to talk about. I was high on it was high on the list for me. Nice. Yeah, sometimes I mean sometimes it does push me to the right people, but maybe that's just what it is. It's just a long grind, and some people definitely got lucky, or they, like early YouTube or early COD content creators, like Call of Duty creators, like it just because they had the computer and they had the capture card and stuff like so. You just have a technological advantage sometimes. I was always like kind of like too intimidated and too like afraid to like do anything like that. Back when I was a kid, I'm like, bro, what if I get a capture card and I break my Xbox, or you know what I mean? I'm like, I don't know. I was like, I just couldn't afford to take a hit like that, so I just never did. But On YouTube, it should be possible to give you a hype, which should be available on the mobile phone, but there's no hype button on your site. Is this something you can turn on, I wonder? Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I'm on AI brain rot section of the internet. I tried my best to bombard likes to what I enjoy watching, but some AI stuff are kind of funny though. Yeah. There's no way to avoid it. It's ever. I mean, like, I feel like lately there's been so much of those like AI memes. Like, it's taken over Instagram. It really has. Uh, the thing I don't like about it is I can't. It's getting to the point where I can't tell. I can't tell what's what. Sorry, I'm using the wrong mouse. I forgot I switched my mouse to. I forgot I switched my mouse to the other computer. Yeah, the only thing I don't like is the Sora 2 models look so good that you oftentimes can't distinguish until something really crazy happens that it is AI. Like, it's just the level of craziness gets ramped up to the point where you can't distinguish. But we're entering into like this kind of weird zone where like how can you tell? Like, it's getting so realistic that like some of them, I don't know, you just can't. It's definitely a new. We're entering into a new era of stuff. The hype feature is helping small YouTubers that can be promoted. Everyone can give 3 hype per week and select their favorite YouTubers. Yeah, it's alright. It's not a big deal. I really hate this one. 17 viewers on Sunday. What? It's been a busy morning for me. Later, gonna drive to my mom's place. She's making some tamales. I think tamales is like this corn taco thing. It's like taco, but it's made out of corn. Not really a taco. It's like a roll. They got stuff inside, and then it's like meat, but the bread part, or the part that would normally be bread, is like made out of corn and stuff. Oh, there he is. There he is. There he is. Oh, you're a good boy. He might want to go. He just drank water. He's probably going to want to venture outside here in a minute. We'll observe if he stands by the door. That'll indicate to me that he does indeed want to go outside. 1 second. Where's my blade disposal unit? Oh, there it is. Sorry. I have so much less space now because like I had this little table here for all the art stuff, and now it's become semi-computer stuff. And so I actually need more I need more space. Weirdly, I need more space. That sharp enough? I'm becoming kind of good at this sharpening thing, especially like very pleasant dog. He can be very pleasant. This kind of reminds me of those aliens from the Men in Black. This one in particular has got like that Men in Black, those little ones that were playing the saxophone or whatever. You guys remember? Sorry, thought he was making strange noises. Oh yes, haha. The alien geezers have a nice body gesture. Yes, it's a delicious burrito, like a piece of deliciousness. It's a delicious burrito, like a piece of deliciousness. I've had tamales before. I guess it also kind of depends on who makes them and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, they're enjoyable. Tamales are made from corn dough filled with red sauce, pork meat, and others with green spicy sauce and chicken. My mom's making them, so you know they'll be good. Very nice. This gray pencil I bought a while back that I never really yet found a use for is like kind of works really well on this kind of printer paper type deal. I swear I really just enjoy printer paper the most. I think I just like how I don't like paper that I have to fight with. I know people like the texture and stuff. They like the the sort of the texturized, stylized kind of thing that you get out of it, but I've tried case on paper that French paper that's like a little bit rougher and it's interesting, but I ultimately never. I think I just like the to do the stylization through the pencil. Alright, that one turned out really strange. Not cute, just strange. But overall, these are kind of interesting. Overall, they're pretty interesting. Uh, lol. Japochi, I wish I could, but I would probably get crushed in the delivery process, driving and lurking. Nice. Now that's commitment, guys. When you're driving, you should be watching the stream. Just mount it to your steering wheel or something. You know what I mean? That way you're not like missing out on the action. Take care. Drive safe. Yeah, nice. Do you always manage to draw things that pop into your mind? I hate it when my drawings don't work out and then I just want to give up on it. Do you always manage to draw things? I draw things that pop into my mind, but I don't. You just I'm trying to find a way to like answer that. I'm not sure exactly what you mean, right? But sometimes it's kind of like no, I don't always manage to draw exactly what's in my mind. Sometimes sometimes like right now I'm kind of just drawing like I'll just draw like shape, right? Like I'll draw something like this, like a shape, and then I'll just kind of see what my mind gives me off of that. Like I'll draw something vague, like a vague head, kind of a thing, and then I'll be like, like maybe like I'll just start kind of seeing a face. That's all I'm doing. I'm just kind of doing like super brain dead sketching, like of sort of cartoonized characters. There's not really too much thought here. I think drawing exactly what you imagined is kind of difficult, and that's like one of the more difficult things you can do. Right now, this is more like just kind of, I don't know, riffing without too much thought. I don't even think I explained myself well enough. Uh, but no, I don't. I can't always draw exactly what I want. Years of drawing kind of gives you a visual library that you can kind of lean on, and then you pick from that. Or new things will always be challenging, and but there's things I can. I have strengths and weaknesses, and if I don't feel like struggling, I'll just kind of go back to what I know. If I feel like struggling, I won't. Right now, this is pretty. I don't know. This is just more fun draw. I don't know. This is just more like creative fun draw for me. And I'm partially brain dead from lack of sleep, which is weird. I went to sleep at like 12, and I woke up 6 7 hours later. I don't know. I feel like I shouldn't be tired. I also had this weird, super weird dream where, like, in my dream, for some reason I had like a lot of cash in my wallet, and part of the cash, like some of the money I had was like brand new $100 bills, like 20 of them, and then like for some reason I had to like take that money out, and then like somebody noticed that I had like that much money, and they were like got really upset at that. Like they saw like the new stack of hundreds, and they were trying to like confiscate it. They were like, you can't, like, nobody carries like you know thousands of dollars in their wallet, kind of thing, which is true. That would be strange, but I wanted that money back in my dream, and I did get it back. But it was just super odd dream about having like a ton of money in my wallet, and how awkward that is, because I think that dream came out of like in Illinois. I think like if you have you can police can confiscate your money if you have too much cash. If they suspect that you're a drug dealer, they can just take it. Um, so that's fun. But maybe that's where that dream came out of. But yeah, I was like paranoid about how much money I had in my wallet. Can't relate. Well, in my dreams, I have money. At least there's money there. I just wish there was like a glitch where I could take that money and transfer it from my virtual bank account in my head to like my real bank account. That would be like kind of nice. But right now, that tech hasn't been developed. Bro, can you imagine if you discovered a way to do it? Like, you could just conjure up money in your dreams and then transfer it into real life. Like, you figured out a way to do it. But it's only like cash. Like, can't be digital because that'll be get tracked too easily. Pictures uploaded everywhere now to start new positions. Nice. Yeah, that's one of the thing I don't like sometimes is like the amount of like places I gotta upload. I just stopped. I just do Discord, Instagram, and DeviantArt now. Maybe Facebook sometimes. But I think I'm gonna start skipping. Like I just can't. Oh, YouTube. That's another one. There's too many. There's too many like. Then there's Twitter, which I don't really get Twitter. I've never even gotten a like let alone a follower off of Twitter. Doesn't matter what I upload or how often. It just seems like Twitter's been dead, and it still is dead for me. Never. I don't. I don't. Has anyone built up an online following on Twitter? Anyway, Blue Sky is kind of the same way. I feel like people follow you, but they don't like really interact with that platform. Like the amount of followers I have versus like the likes, it's like non. It's not. Like it doesn't make sense. I should get. I just feel like people are on there to like follow, and then they don't really like use it as much. Maybe some people genuinely do. I'm just saying. I find that the interaction on Blue Sky is like really low. At least for me. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of the uploading stuff. It's very time consuming. I was gonna say there is a streamer that I'm not kidding you. She's on there 24 hours a day. Oh, who? I'm just wondering, like, how can you do that? I don't like a drawer, like somebody that draws, or because I only got so many hours before my brain just turns to mush, right? Like as far as drawing, I'm just sort of, what is she doing? Twitch must be paying pretty good, but are you saying is she actually on there 24 hours, or you're just saying that metaphorically, like you're seeing her a lot? Because I got a good, I don't know, 5 to 7 hours in me before I'm like, like I'm just done. She's a party person. Just say okay, that makes sense. Because I was gonna say like you really can't stay like talking is a different thing. I need to start doing more talking, bro. I need to get paid to talk, not focus on stuff. It's hard. Like problem is I don't have anything super special to say. That's the other thing. I don't know how to. Some people they can just kind of burn the candle and they can keep talking, and it's sort of people like it to have it in the background, but she shows her boobies, kind of. Oh, she's one of those. No, I'm just kidding. What? Nice. Well, look, everyone's got their own path. Obviously, that's going to attract a certain audience. I'm doing something a little different. I'm the same way. I'm the same way. I'm a very quiet person, and when streaming never talk. It's hard. It's hard. It really is. It's sort of the opposite of the drawing brain, right? She was here earlier, and I saw her online since yesterday. She was here earlier, here on my channel, or you're saying here on Twitch? What the? What the? Gonna be waiting for my sister-in-law at her work. I might not reach the end of the stream. Hope you have a good one. Thank you, Jipochi. I will most certainly attempt to have a good one. I'm hungry, but I don't want to make any food because I don't want to mess up any dish. Yeah, I had the same thing. Lately, I've been doing a lot of air fryer meat cooking, and there's just grease everywhere all the time that I have to clean up. I'm not a big fan of like cleaning that, but I kind of completely sympathize with that sentiment. And there's nothing you can do. What I would do is get like food that doesn't require like making stuff, like fish in a can or something. I don't know, just eating oysters out of a can or something and then throwing that away. I love that I live in a different time zone because your streams are for me at nighttime. I see. Yeah, I figured I'd find my people. You know what I mean? Like, I was thinking about doing like streaming late, but or for me late for me for the American audience. And the reason I say that is because if you look at the analytics, it would make the most sense for me to like cater to Americans because of like reality. Just there's like 38, like most of my audience is Americans. But then I was just like, you know what? That's not convenient for me, and I just don't want to do it that way. So it is what it is. Why is it so quiet right now? I don't understand. All right, sorry, I had to fix the sound there. Hope you guys can hear the futuristic soundscape. But time zones are crazy. It's like, what the? I love. Oh wait, I already read that. Never mind. kind of wanted to give. I'm not sure where I was going with the stance there, but kind of was getting experimental there. I'll just keep working with it. I don't care. This is a brain rot hour. I don't. Just kind of playing around and experimenting. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna turn my heat on just like 1 more degree up because it's like for some reason 63 feels fine and 62 is like freezing. I don't know. The air needs to come back on. It's too cold in here. 1 second. I think the issue too is I'm sitting completely still. So if I was like moving around at all, it'd be fine. But I'm like slowly freezing to death. All right, 1 second. Sometimes when I draw, my hands get so cold I need to stop for a while. Yeah, my hands have been my hands have been fine. It's the rest of me that's feeling the. Which is weird. I definitely am like the kind of person normally that my hands normally are always freezing. Like my feet and leg, like I'm always like in a process of almost dying if left to my own. Like if my body wasn't, if I didn't do something about it, I would just like slowly die. But like lately it hasn't been happening. It's like been the rest of me is cold, and then I don't know why I feel so compelled to draw frog-like people. Same, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think my body normally like doesn't have I might not even be like warm blooded because I'm pretty sure it does zero like my body does zero self like heat production. Oh my god. Oh, gold Met 1600. Thank you. We did it. We did it. Oh, finally. I feel like this last 100 has been like the longest one. I normally like don't pay attention to it, but like it just seems like it just wouldn't get to it. I just couldn't get the last one. But yeah, thank you. Would you guys still watch if all I drew was weird frog people? Would that be cool or this is me. This is just what I'm gonna default to when I haven't had enough sleep. I'm just gonna draw this, and then I just don't have the spatial, the VRAM in my mind. It's like gone. I just have no ability to like. I just noticed how my the air in my room was like coming through the mic. Can you guys still hear me fine? I turned it down quite a bit so like it doesn't overwhelm the desktop audio of the soundtrack.
Rail. Guns by Arasaka.
This is what I hate about the winter is like when the air turns on, it definitely comes through the mic. I can hear me or the background because I'm looking at the mic when I'm not talking, and it's like it's definitely the sound of the air turning on is definitely coming through. I might have to. This is why I hate winter. It's like it makes it like way more complicated.
Arasaka, the finest in personal and commercial weaponry. Rail. Power. EMP. Guns by Arasaka.
I can hear a little bit air blowing in the mic overall, but it's okay. Good. I'm glad to hear that.
Rail. Power. EMP. Guns by Arasaka.
Maybe you have some olives or something you can eat from a can. There you go. There you go. We always have solutions. Actually, oddly, I kind of enjoy olives quite a bit. I'll hoof down olives. Have you ever tried to cook in a slow cooker? What are they called? I know what you mean. I no, basically no, but I know it's good for like if you have tough meat and you throw it in there for like 20 hours, it kind of turns it soft and you can kind of have a more palatable. But no, I'm not a big. I just throw. Once I discovered the kettle and the air fryer, bro, my life changed forever. I never looked back. Never looked back. I don't even use the microwave anymore. What the? I was always kind of intimidated. You know what's nice too in the winter? Crockpot. Yeah. You know what's nice? Wintertime? Guess what produces a lot of heat? An air fryer. It's fantastic. You can put something on when you start your program and it will be ready when you're done streaming. Yeah, but it sounds like pre-playing. I already have my system like kind of like pretty well worked out, and I don't like to, you know. I mean, maybe whatever. It's just I'm not gonna make. I don't make any things that are elaborate. Really, it's just more. You know, my plan, my daily plan is super simple. You know, before the stream, I eat a little bit like eggs or something. After the stream, it's like I'll throw some meat in there. You know, I'll throw some meat in there after the stream. Bucky Baby Boy. Hey man, nice drawing. Thank you. Thank you. You olives? I actually weirdly I like olives. Not all the time, but once in a while, like they do kind of taste. I can see why people would think they're gross, but you just have a you just need to just eat enough of them until you change your mind. That's the trick. I made garlic toast in the air fryer or the not the crock pot, right? Garlic toast is really good, dude. But right now I'm kind of like doing a no carb thing. So right now I'm just doing kind of meat and like sauerkraut. Sauerkraut is more just a lubricant to get more meat in there. But yeah, but just butter and like meat and a little bit of sauerkraut. Just a toaster. Oh, nice. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I don't even have a toaster. I would just if I was doing that, I would just like I would just use the. I would opt out for air fryer to make toast. Like you can actually do it in there too. It's super combo, super convenient. Garlic toast so good. It is, yeah. I'm drawing along with you. Nice. Um, I need to do a high protein, low carb, but my eating disorder doesn't allow me to eat enough meat. Or really anything. My eating disorder doesn't. High protein, low carb, but. Interesting. I also have this like a similar issue when I just go towards no carbs. I have a hard time sustaining weight. I have to eat a lot to stay at like 180 at 6'2". It's like once I go below 180, I just look sick. So that's sort of like the issue there. But I one thing I noticed, like when I cut all the carbs out, my brain works way better, way better. Me too. Yeah, I need to eat a lot more just so I can lose weight. I need to eat a lot more so I can lose weight. Yeah, I mean, I find that just like if you cut like sugar, carbs out, my weight, if I just primarily eat meat, just drops like a rock. I almost have to eat carbs just to like stay at a normal weight and not just keep. It'll just keep plummeting. But brain-wise, like I feel like I can, like my brain works way better without carbs. Like my memory gets better on that. I know how that is. I lost 30 kg. Nice. It was easy when I figured it out. What did you figure out? You need to share with us. You need to share the secrets of the old ways. We need to know. consume produce, you reduce your weight automatically. When you eat less than you consume slash produce, you reduce your weight. This marionette I'm doing right now, the position looks so good, and I'm adding details to it. Just scared to start to line it and shade it. Nice. Skip bread, soda, pasta, rice, cookies, sweets, anything that is producing sugar in your body. Eat rather proteins and fat. Yeah, drink lots of water. Yeah. The cookies, pasta, anything that turns to sugar. Yeah, true. I'm poor. I cannot afford much meat. Yeah, I feel that meat is really expensive. I just eat mostly ground beef and things of that nature. I buy those $40 big things of ground beef, and that's kind of like eat primarily that. Because obviously, like I can't afford like to eat steaks daily, but wow, that is difficult. Tuna in a can, also very good. White tuna in water, yeah. Ground beef is also good. Yeah, it's just the cost effectiveness of it. Like I mean, I think that's about as cheap as you can go in terms of volume per red meat, right? Uh, yeah, not oil-based tuna in a can. I'm not really sure. I buy the kipper fish sometimes. Like those are good for just. Sometimes I don't have time to cook. I'll grab one of those and just hoof it down if I gotta go do something and I don't have time to cook. Mom always buys the water. Yeah, I think a lot of oils and stuff is like bad too. I'm not sure though. I try to buy stuff without like the oils and marinated stuff with the sauce, because all those sauces have like they'll have sugar in there too. This guy like literally just crawled out of the egg. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that's a different computer now. I almost kind of hesitate to like log into Facebook or Instagram on my new computer, because I know it like I've heard they're pretty good at like not virusing, but like once you do that, like once Facebook has like been open, it just forever like saves cookies and it's kind of hard to like actually stop it from doing other data mining things. So I'm like, I don't know. I think I'd rather just never let it taste Facebook. Let's see. You know, I find I have ground beef and sausage patty. You know, I find often ground beef patties, they're like too dry. That's why I like the ground beef, the big rolls of ground beef, because it has like plenty of fat in there. The patties, it's like they're just so dry. Like you get them warm, and then like you can taste that like all the fat is like gone. I just wish I figured it out earlier. Now I'm old and skinny instead of chubby all my life. Nice. Yeah, I did 3 days a week, whole pack of bologna. Why can't I say that? Bologna? Is that bologna? But you just that's how it's spelled. I did 3 days a week, whole pack of. Nice. This guy just comes out of the egg fully formed like that. I have a 13-day diet that I'm doing where I'm losing 8 kilograms, 15 pounds. I can share it if anyone's interested. Lilymon says, "How are you?" I'm doing really good, thank you. Thank you, Lilymon. Um, I would like to try this as Jipochi. It's hard for me when my mom all does is cook every day. Yeah, I have seen big guys lose 20 kg, 40 pounds in 13 days with that diet. Just diet, no exercise. Nice. Only the diet and lots of water. Nice. just don't want to stress her out. Thinking about what to eat for the day is already exhausting. Also, we got a preggy fam in the house. Maybe she likes to join you in the diet and then cook as normal for the other fam. Tell her that she will become skinny and live forever. Live longer. There you go. Your complete family can do the diet. Super easy. Body tea is 13 days. Why do I feel like I'm just gonna be angry the whole time? Oh, you're gonna be hangry, bro, without the carbs. Oh, bro. I used to eat better and go to the gym. I feel lighter and move swiftly, but dang, my mind just feels empty and in a rage mood all the time. I'm still outside, just at the cafe with free Wi-Fi. Can of tuna. Good enough. I think that will suffice for what we're doing here. Sorry, guys. I'm just noticing that sometimes the lines, like, see that? I don't know, but by the left side of the egg, there's like this kind of white in the black. It's almost like it's over contrasting to the point where things are turning, like, things are turning into like crazy town. I think I'm gonna keep it like right there, so everything's like visible. Even the lighting conditions outside kind of affect things. Ah, token away. I noticed a different paper. Nice. Good afternoon, friends. Hope everybody has been doing fine. Yeah, I'm doing. Oh, sorry. I was reading. Yeah, I'm doing great, except like lack of sleep. But that was my like decision. I thought I was rested, but nope. Bro, it's been a long time. How are you doing? We'll just upload what I had so far to your web folder. Going to take a break for a bit before I attempt the scary shading. Nice, understandable. Yeah, I noticed a different paper. Yes. How you doing? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. I don't have anything to complain about. Just going steady. Oh, I don't have too much news except for I got Linux to work on my other computer, and I'm gonna slowly start just learning about it. That's about the only like big project I've had kind of in the background happening. But my life has been very like disgusting fly, very boring. There's this disgusting fly. It really was on my table. You're not alone. October has been rough, but it is what it is. Virtual hugs, bro. God, yeah, nice. Yeah. I like how it was warm and then it was freezing. That's my favorite part. Boring is great sometimes. Oh, I love it. Yeah, boring just means nothing's going wrong. That's kind of my my thing. I'll take the boring over the... Thank you so much for that. You're an angel. I don't know if I should try to add more characters in here, or... I think I'm gonna add one more. Since I'm just kind of... This is just kind of a chill sketch sesh. Oops. I think you did a great job upgrading your drawing. I have to look at the whip art thing. I'm gonna have to jump in on that and check it out. is let me go quickly, very quickly. I'm gonna go strike the kettle up and have it produce some warm water, and that'll stop me from freezing. I need warm water with butter and stuff. I'll be right back. I'll go strike it up, come back, and then when it gets done. Yeah, I'm gonna let that cook for a little bit. Kind of give it a minute. Thank you for the follow. I really like that way it looks right now, but I need it needs shading. Understandable. Understandable. It looks like a pig now. Oh, what am I doing? I wanted it to kind of look like a cat, and then it turned into a pig. 1 second. Oops. I can't even think. I'm so tired. I can't even think of what a cat's nose looks like. It's. Cat goes oink, oink, oink. You mean hriu hriu? You mean hriu hriu? Yeah. Wow, I'm blanking. You know how. Oink oink. No. It's hriu hriu. I think in what was that one Scandinavian country that she was telling us about? It was like some different noise that they make over there. I forget. No, there was a. It was like a V or something. It was like snort. No, it was a different. It did kind of sound. I don't know. It didn't even. I'm trying to remember what she said. It's what their country thinks pigs sound like. Whatever it can be. It doesn't have to be a cat. I'm too tired to like think. We're just gonna go with whatever. Wink. What does the fox say? Song covers most of the animal noises. Bro, that looks so cool. I'm almost impressed myself. Birds go tweet, mouse go squeak. True. True. I mean, I must have skipped school that day. I don't know. Let me go get my warm water. I think that's why I'm freezing. I'm not consuming warm water. Alrighty. Oh, that is hot. Ah, that is hot. Your warm soup water. Cafe soon to close, I guess. I'll be going still. Got 27 minutes till I get out of here. Have a fun stream. Thank you, Japoni. Jupochi. Japoni. My god. Go to sleep then. Oh, it looks like a crazy rabbit. It does look like a crazy rabbit. running out of Alright, we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that soundscape goes. If you guys hate it, let me know. It's Dishonored. It's from Dishonored. I don't. Hold on, let's see. The rabbit is the biggest of them all? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Kind of got a different light source going on for this guy, but that's... Yeah, Wolves, come here, baby. Come here. Come here. Oh. Oh. You alright? He's like sliding on the mat, the computer chair mat. But he's never done that before. This Dishonored soundscape isn't really... I feel like it's not really the vibes I was going for. I thought there'd be like more stuff there. I don't know. Might have to change the channel here. Going to sleep now. Have a nice day. Thank you, Baby Blue Shortcake. Thank you so much. So I'm gonna start drawing a printer paper again. Alright, the dog is standing by the door. Let me let the dog go out. He's standing right by the door. Okay. I actually, oddly, I really enjoyed this drawing sesh. I wrote a song, made it real with AI app, probably Sora. It's about a salad bowl. Nice. I have a dog. I have dogs, but outside. Somebody let them out. A gang of 5. They seem nice, but are pretty big. Guardians of human soul, barking as fast as moving. Those are the lyrics. Nice. Yeah, I was never good at like lyrics and stuff. Pug somatical. This reminds me of some Garfield fan art. Nice. Street dogs. I'm telling you, there are dogs and cats and whatnot outdoor. Nice. I like the snarl. It has like that little, you know how sometimes dogs do that like aggressive thing and then like their nose goes back and like their skin gets pulled up. I think I did that part pretty well. That like little snarl thing they like to do. I don't know how my dog wants to be out there. It's freezing out there. It's like what? What's that? Genuinely, this could be colored orange and be put on some I'm sorry John Garfield side and nobody would bat an eye. Love how the whiskers look so sharp, like needles protruding from his face. Nice. Yeah, I just wanted to draw something kind of like more aggressive compared to the other creatures. I like the way it turned out. I like the way I can't identify exactly like what I mean, it has no eyes. It's just more of a sort of a, you know, I like to modify my faces. to be unique in some way. It's cool how they seem to get more predatory the bigger they are. Yeah, yeah. Well, I drew enough nice ones earlier today. I think it's time. I think it's time, right? You can only draw so much nice stuff before you get a. It's like like their evolutionary kind of. I don't know. Hmm. The top, the top one you're drawing right now looks like the shark guy from Suicide Squad. I haven't seen that movie. And I probably won't, if I'm being honest. Maybe I should make his nose like longer to make him more like a shark. Like that, kind of. You know? You know? Beautiful, isn't it? Are these just sketches, or are they specifically meant for something? I'm just doing sketches today. It's just brain rot sketching. That is fish simply eating another fish and humans sometimes. That is fish simply eating other fish and humans sometimes. Yeah, sometimes. You say brain rot sketches, and there's something I genuinely wish I could do. Oh, I just meant like more. Yeah, like yeah. I don't know. I'm just saying that because I'm like my mind. I'm so tired for some reason today. Well, not for some reason. I guess I didn't sleep enough, but I think 6 hours should be enough. After like, I think it's because the problem is I slept too good the other night, and then my brain is like, nope, that's enough. It's also handsome fish, somewhat more attractive, cool looking. Ah, handsome fish. Nice. Maybe that's what I should title my stream "Pure Brain Rot." Just to see if it gets views. Like sometimes you don't know like what will catch on, or whatever. You just don't know. Oh my god! Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. We kind of blew past that 1600 mark, right? Like I felt like I wasn't gonna get anywhere, and then here we are, getting somewhere. What the? Mostly TV is brain rot. Oh, bro, have you been on Instagram? What the? Or anywhere you go, Facebook, Instagram. A background I never liked. Do you guys like audio background on TV? Uh, but background I never liked, like in soap series. Um, I don't have a television. I haven't had a network television for over a decade for sure. 1 second, the dog is barking. I need to let the dog back in. But I'm not a TV guy. I've always once I discovered you can watch whatever you want on the internet. I never looked back. So do these all belong to same species? No, no. They're just mutated, or is this just a bunch of different creatures with no correlation? I would say no correlation. I'm just kind of going with the flow. Let me let the dog back in really quick. I feel I'm kind of messed this up. I don't think there should be such a heavy shadow under there. Team Rocket back at it again. Type of perspective roll. Team Rocket back at it perspective roll. Like we were looking up at them. The more violent you make these look, the worse I feel for the guy at the very bottom. He looks like he doesn't want to be there, and he's being pressured, peer pressured. It's not a literal picture. It's just I'm just adding just adding faces and things to it. I think I was going in the wrong direction with the whole with the he looks so sad. I thought I gave him like very fishy eyes. He doesn't have any kind of like emotional state. Like I wanted to give him that like kind of blank look. That was the idea. I didn't want him to look sad or like anything. It's just like a completely mindless spawnling that like it just crawled out of the egg. Like it literally spawned seconds ago and is still dripping with like the placenta or egg placenta, and it's already like kind of like fully awake, but not. It has no thoughts yet, right? It's still like processing its origins or whatever. So it's like that's kind of what I was going for. But the other things here are just they're just for fun. Oh my god, the legs make it so much worse. He looks so pitiful. Yeah. Oh, earwoos. Bobo, what are you doing? Oh, it's a good boy. It's a good boy. It's a good boy. Oh, Carolina, it reminds me of Christmas choir, of a Christmas choir. Don't run into the wire. I'm just trying to. Oh, there you go. There you go. Ah, nice. Well, guys, I am at 5 hours, and I think this was a good sketch day. Sometimes you gotta just. I might just do this again tomorrow until like I get a good idea, or try to compose this in a way that is more of a finished picture kind of vibe. I really like this whole idea right here. I'm really into what's like the spawnling kind of vibe. And I might do like a full version of that. Right now I'm really happy with just sketching, just kind of running through a lot of ideas. I don't really want to commit to anything really big. But anyway, let me hand you guys over to somebody else. I'll be back tomorrow. Wait, where's my typical? Where's my I forgot. Oh, that's right. I moved this over to the other computer. Let me raid you guys out really quick. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I love all of you. Thank you so much for being here. Yada yada. Following. I'm just looking for someone that's really cool. That is there's no artist on right now. Maybe that's why the pop's so high for me. Guys, there's no artist really. I'm just gonna give you to Artoses. You're gonna hate me for this. He plays like StarCraft. It's just whatever, you know what I mean? But I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. I'm sorry there's no artist that I see on that I know. So you guys have a great rest of your day. Bye. Well, I guess we still gotta wait here a second.